Okay.
You guys are good. Whenever you're ready.
Hi, welcome all. Bob Cheviar here at the Chestnut Ridge Racket Club, where we're going to be live streaming today and tomorrow the Summer Pro Shootout featuring some top male and females. The first year that we've had a women's draw as well here at Chestnut Ridge, and Brian Meisner will be with me. Women's match is just starting in the background. Brian Meisner will be with me. Now, I happened to go this spring down to Columbia and watch the Spring National Indoors, where the top 16 college teams in the country came to Columbia University. And Brian was down there and I was hanging out with him, and he is an expert on men's tennis, collegiate tennis. He knows these guys. He knew the names and he could predict the winners almost every single time because he'd either seen them play streaming or he knew their reputations. So, are we going to go to the match now? Okay. So on the far side, Mia Palladino. It's 15 all, first game. Mia, last year, she just finished her freshman year at Stony Brook and played #1 for the women's team. Last year, she was sectional champion of Westchester County for high school girls, and she actually defeated in the finals Victoria McEnroe, that's Patrick's daughter, en route to the title. So she took control of that point really, really nicely, and she's going up against Victoria Nutage, who was born in St. Petersburg, Russia, played some ITF juniors as a late teenager and was recruited to play college tennis here in the United States, and she just graduated from and went to nationals for Thomas Aquinas University, where she played #1 singles. So Mia, I remember a little bit from when she was 12 because, like I said, she was from Brewster. So beautiful play there, using the drop shot to open up the court. And Mia used to love to use a play like that quite a bit herself, so I'm really interested to see how her game has changed. The last time I actually saw her play live was when she was a freshman in high school, and she used to use a forehand slice to pull her opponents forward to the net when they didn't want to come there. So far, we haven't seen any of those today. 30 all. Very close call there. I know we're not on the court, but to me that ball looked like it was good, so I'm glad it resolved itself in the correct way. We're at deuce. The match format today, by the way, is 2 sets, regular scoring, that means with adds, with the tiebreakers at 6-6. If the players should split, it's just like USTA tennis, they'll play a 10-point super tiebreak. she was a 9th grader and I last saw her play, Mia's two-handed backhand was always a weapon from the back. We got to see it there. Excellent shot. And she's come away with the first game. So a little bit more about today's event. Like I was saying, it's the first time we've had a women's draw here, and we're watching the opening match. And we have $4,000 total in prize money this year that is going to the players for this 2-day event. So the prize money is good. This is how we get people to show up and come out and play some great tennis for all of you. You can see there the prize money quickly on the screen. So no slicing those forehands from Mia now. She went after that second serve really nicely. Very good aggressive play. For those of you watching, that's going to be something interesting to see throughout all the matches. On pro tennis now, the ability to attack a second serve, it's almost universal among the players in their ability to take control of a point. So it's one interesting way to view a match in terms of who is able to get to the other person's second serve. Love 15. Excellent place shot there from Victoria. She went run around. Notice she hit that forehand from close to her backhand corner. It's a very deceptive shot, and players can run around their backhand and have the ability to go either way with the next shot. Beautiful defense there. The approach shot sort of went into that no man's land in the middle. It wasn't really deep and it wasn't exceptionally short, and that allowed Victoria to hit an excellently well-controlled slice lob with her backhand. That ability to attack a second serve. Beautiful shot. And it's not just that the ball went right into the corner. It sounded so good when she hit it. Right on the sweet spot. Totally purposeful shot. Beautifully done. $30-all. So that's the connection also that happens with a player who's attacking second serve very well, the opponent can tighten up a little bit on the second serve, and that brings us to break point, 30-40. Doubt about that finishing overhead. What a strong shot. And Mia really got aggressive up there at the net with a two-handed backhand swing volley on her first shot she had to play when she was up there. Excellent attacking. She leads now 2-love, first set. Took her eye off the ball a little bit on that one. You could hear the miss-hit sound, slight miss-hit, brought the ball into the net. Love 15.
Love 15.
All. Good deep second serve there. That first serve had some serious pop on it. She forced that error. Excellent serve. Sure what happened there. Apparently it was a double fault. Excellent first serve again, 40-30. Jane Palladino, she leads 3-love. So there again is a look at the prize money. The winner of the women's singles, which we're watching right now, $800 and $500 for the finals. Excellent weekend paycheck. Victoria coming out of the changeover pretty quickly. Mia is taking her time there, which I always advise. It's not exceptionally hot today, but it's still 80 degrees, and you want to be pacing yourself, making sure you're staying hydrated out here. Now, so far we have seen Mia's ability to attack second serve. We haven't seen the same thing from Victoria, just pretty much getting the ball back in play. Beautiful feel on that topspin passing shot. Just hit it right in the mini tennis singles corner of the court right there. Beautiful feel. That's a great way to pass, by the way, from the middle of the court. Use the ability to hit those little short angles. Beautiful shot. There was a little stronger ball from Victoria. I think she needs to pick up the pace of her play a little bit here. Get Mia on defense more. That return of serve that opened up the court. First wide one way and then back into the opening. 15-30. There was a better first serve, and she earned her own well-deserved point there. 30-all. That time Mia elected to go more conservative down the middle. It ended up working out, but I would have loved to seen a more aggressive return with the 3-love lead and deuce on the second serve. The right time to try a little short slice. Victoria did a good job handling that deep ball to her forehand. It was right off the line. We're back to deuce. That was an excellent second serve too. She kept the ball out of Mia's forehand strike zone there. that's the side where there's more of a struggle. Keeping it away from the forehand. Head out. And Mia took control of that point, and with each succeeding shot, she got her opponent just a little bit more off balance till she could finally hit a winner. Beautifully constructed point for a 4-love lead. So one thing that's true of professional commentators, I can't tell you how often I'm watching a match on TV and the commentator is saying, I know what she's thinking now. Well, of course, there's no way to know what someone is thinking, but I hope Victoria is thinking, I need to get on offense more. I need to take more chances. Let's see if something like that happens. These are a little stronger. Beautiful play. Controlling with the forehand again. 15-love. Right off the line. Excellent serve. 30-love. So when I first saw Mia play, she was 12. She played a tournament here at Chestnut Ridge, actually against my granddaughter. So one time my granddaughter actually beat her, but immediately I was impressed. I can still remember back to that match about her grit and determination. It's a really important part of success in tennis. You've got to really, really want it out there, and Mia's got that quality, and I think that's a big reason why she's had a very successful high school and now freshman year of college tennis career. And Mia has finished up another game and has taken now a 5-love lead here. Yes. So I want to give a shout out to all of the sponsors of the Summer Pro Shootout. You can see them listed up there on your screen. And this year we have raised even more money, so a big thank you. We have a few new sponsors whom you'll be hearing more about a little later in our stream, but big thank you to them. Without them, we couldn't be pulling off this event. Well, Mia was going for it again. Gotta give Victoria credit though for a much deeper second serve right in front of the line. So when Victoria was first recruited for college tennis, she was playing ITF juniors, like I said at the top of the stream. She actually went out to play at the University of Idaho. So what a confident overhead again. That's the second one she's had, and there's no doubt about it when she gets one of those. Beautiful finish, and also a very good first volley there. Solid technique. Maybe put that approach shot a little too much down the middle of the court there, but an excellent job by Victoria placing the ball just out of reach to force an error. 40-15. Deep return. Just out on that first serve. We're back to deuce. Well, I think if there's something we can all learn from watching the match up until this point, is the importance of serving and return a serve. That edge has translated into taking a pretty dominant position now in this match. And I must say, it's often for club players the least practiced part of their game. And Mia keeps it solid, and she's come away with the first set. 6 games to love. So here's a look at the draw, and you can see we had, unfortunately, a couple of byes in the first round. And initially scheduled for this first streaming match was Val Shoup, whose mom Dinah teaches here at Chestnut Ridge. I work together with her on a group on Thursdays of 3.5 women. She's a great coach, and Valerie, I was really looking forward to a chance to cover one of her matches. She's a big hitter. I've seen her working out with Brad Mazie, 5'0" guy here at the club, and he's got a really good serve. She's returning virtually every single ball. She's just 16 years old now, I believe, and is, the only question I have is she too nice a person? And that goes to what came out just yesterday, the new Nike campaign. You gotta be bad to win. I don't think that's true. I think Nike is hurting, and I think Val's going to prove you can be a nice person and you can go out and win a lot of matches too. So the players just going back to the same sides. They don't switch after 6 games, and we're starting our second set. So here's where we have another learning situation. Club players often will say they win the first set and then they get a horrible start to the second set. Some sort of a let up, or they change their game plan. It's going to be interesting now to see Mia's level of focus, and if she keeps playing the same sort of style and forces Victoria to do something different. There was some nice kick on that second serve. I think you could all see the way the ball bounced and went up and away from the backhand. Excellent spin. Good try by Victoria, though. She was looking to take charge at that point. Thought the approach shot could have done a little bit more, but that was a makeable volley. There was another good kick serve to hold and take a 1-love lead. No change for Mia. She's got her foot on the gas. As promised, we're going to go through our list of sponsors throughout the stream, and want to say a big thank you to Bombus. At Bombus, we believe a more comfortable world is a better world. Everyone, no matter their circumstances, deserves to put on clean clothes that feel good. So we perfected socks, underwear, and t-shirts you'll want to live in. Created apparel you'll never want to take off. And for every item you purchase for yourself, we donate an item to someone affected by homelessness. Bombus, thank you so much. Well, that ball right there is one I'd probably like to see Victoria being more aggressive. It landed almost exactly at the tee in the center of the court. And if she's going to come back, she has to start to dictate some of these points. Jane Palladino, she now leads 2-love in the second set. I mean, there's one other thing we could notice if we looked at, on the forehands in particular, the average height over the net. Mia's ball, it's just as hard or harder, but it has more net clearance. It's a safer ball. So she's being a little more aggressive with less chance of error. Like there was a good forehand, but it was low. So that went a little too high. That was a serve right down the tee. Beautiful sound as it hit the racket. Well, that's a good time at 40-love to miss a ball like that. I think she could have been a little more conservative and still finished it off, but still, big lead, no problem. That was the first tight shot I've seen. 40-30. Just Mia playing a good solid point there, just daring her opponent to be able to do something about it. 3-love lead. So it was interesting to me before the match. I was speaking with Victoria a little bit. Oh, sorry, one moment, I'll get back to that. Our sponsor, BronxLacrosse.org. Our mission is to improve educational opportunities and life outcomes for underserved middle school and high school students in the Bronx. Using lacrosse to build community, invest students in school, and improve academics. Our approach combines intensive academic and athletic services with mentoring, team building, and social emotional learning opportunities to position our student athletes for success in school, life, and when applying to competitive high schools and colleges. So, as I was saying about Victoria, I just assumed that Russia, being a communist or socialist country, that their tennis program would be set up like many of those in Eastern Europe, where the government basically sponsors everything from starting tennis and gradually filtering through the system till you get to a national level academy. Well, she was from St. Petersburg, and she said, no, in Russia, it's all done. You have to hire your own private coach. It's the American system. You're on your own, finding a private coach pretty much in order to develop as a player. Now, the USTA would like to say that's not really the way it works. We have our development facilities, but by and large, yes, hire your private coach. That's the way to go. And a 40-love lead now for Victoria. Double fault. 40-15. It's funny in tennis, many times I've had it happen to me where after a convincing first set, I get nervous if I lose just one game in the second set. And now we'll get to see. Now, in this particular match, I don't think that's going to happen, but there's definitely a feeling you're used to win, 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 win instead of the normal win-loss, assuming holding serve, win-loss pattern of a tennis match. So we'll see how Mia handles this. Lost her first game of the match. That slice threw her just a little bit. I think there was a slight bad bounce there as well. That was an excellent rally from both players. Good aggressive shot there to draw the error. 30-love. Now that was such a well-measured attacking shot. Mia did just enough to force the error. She didn't underplay, she didn't overplay. That's what's called knowing your gears. Perfect execution. That was our standard 40 love error. Just lost a little focus there. Rare backhand miss from Mia. Back to 40-30. Now in the last game it was also this situation, 40 love to 40-30, and Mia played just an average risk point. She didn't go for anything big in order to close out the game. Let's see what she decides to do here. Good move. Everyone should learn from that. Do not play with the ball on the court. It's not only dangerous, it's a distraction. Always clear the ball. And she just spun that second serve in there. Cooper Ventures, one of our new sponsors. Welcome to the Shootout. Cooper 5 Ventures provides access to private healthcare and technology companies. We offer investment opportunities to individuals who want to invest in leading high-growth businesses. Contact Matt Cooper at 914-787-9833. Matt Cooper, welcome to your sponsorship of the Shootout. Just one more credit I'm giving to Mia's ability to attack second serve as she elicits one more double fault. Led on that second serve. Should have been at the net. One ball too late to get in there after that really strong forehand was going to definitely set up a short ball. Nice passing shot though by Mia. Really slowed down on that second serve. Gotta keep going for it. At this point in the match, there's nothing much to lose, so you've got to really stretch yourself. See if you can make something happen. That was a beautiful forehand. $15.40. Kick it down the tee. Yeah, with some of my better women's teams, this is the problematic serve. Not being able to get the ball down the tee in the deuce court to the backhand. And we're seeing the same difficulty here. Much better forehand. Excellent ball movement there by Mia. She's got herself now a 5-1 lead here in the second set. Excellent deep second serve there, jammed the body, really well hit. Nice spin on the ball. 15 love. The first serve has gone on a bit of a break right here for Mia. Got to keep her focused. Oh, Victoria had that one all lined up. Her reaction suggests she doesn't miss that one very often, but it is triple match point. And that's it, the conclusion of our first match of the shootout. And Mia Palladino has taken it 6-love, 6-1 with an excellent display of solid and at times really aggressive tennis. Coming up next, we have a men's round of 16 match coming here on court 10, and I believe James Aronson, who's a local kid, against Emil Grancharov. That'll be coming up probably around 2 o'clock. Hi, welcome back. We're ready to start with the men's round of 16 matches. We have 8 matches starting right now at 2 o'clock. I'm Bob Chevier, and I'm here back with Brian Meisner like in years past, and he's able to get away from his work as a lawyer to get over here. And Brian, I just want to share with you, work is over, and we're going to have some fun this afternoon. Okay?
Well, I'm looking forward to it, Bob. I'm
Good.
glad to be working with you again. I think this is now the 5th year we've done
I
this.
believe so, yeah.
We have a really interesting first match here on Court 10 with Emil Grantroff and James Aronson, both local players. James, I believe, graduated from the University of Richmond, if I'm
Yes, correct.
And I know he played at Chestnut Ridge as a youngster.
Until he was about 16, yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and Emil is from New Rochelle. I've known Emil for a few years. Played in this tournament a couple years ago before going to the University of Chicago, and been following his progress tremendously. He's really, really improved. Had a great year as a freshman, making a deep run at the individual regionals and the fall regionals his freshman year, and I believe this year he played #1 on the national championship winning University of Chicago Division III champ team. So very excited to have Emil back. I haven't seen him play live now in a couple of years, and Bob, I'm just looking at him now and I see it looks like he put on about 15 pounds of muscle, so let's see if he can hit the ball.
So as I was telling our audience when we first went online for the women's match, Brian, I happened to have the luck of going down with him in the spring to the spring indoor college nationals with the top 16 Division I teams in the country.
That's right.
And Brian's knowledge of so many of these top players was so good, whether he'd seen them in person or seen them streaming. But he could look out at a match, he'd watch about 3 or 4 points and just say, yep, that's what I think. This guy's got him, type of thing. In fact, one of the guys we saw play Djokovic this year in the first round of Wimbledon.
Second round, actually.
Oh, second round, right. He ended up winning a match. That's right.
Jake Fernley. Yes, I got to watch Jake play a couple matches in his at the National Indoors live this year, in addition to watching a bunch of others on the stream. When the day Bob went down with me, we watched TCU play Ohio State in the finals, and what a match that was.
Yes.
We'll talk a little bit more, as about what's going on in college tennis as the day goes on. As we look, and looks like Aronson and Grantroff are ready to get their match started.
Yes, here we go. Aronson to serve first.
Second serve. Went for the big one out wide on the first one. A little bit of a lazy forehand in the net there, but maybe a few bugs to get started, a few jitters. You never know early in the match. I don't think these two have ever played before. They were at different stages of their lives and careers, so it certainly didn't.
So what year is Grantroff at Chicago?
I believe he's going into his junior year.
Oh, so he's got quite a bit left.
He's got quite a bit left, yeah. And I believe James graduated from Richmond a couple years ago and has been out playing futures tournaments, and man, it's a solid ball. That forehand is clean. Yeah, you see, got a good look at that forehand there. It very clean. The sound of it off the ball was a big pop. So we're at 15 all now in the first game with Aronson serving.
So tennis is a funny sport when we look at any given matchup, because one of the things that often determines the outcome is, you could call it the competitive instinct of a player or their grit, and that only becomes apparent after you watch some play. A great example to me on the Pro Tour of the men is Auger Aliassime. He has every shot in the book, as well as anyone else, as good as anyone else, and yet when push comes to shove, at crunch time of a match, he rarely comes through in the last 18 months.
That's a good point, Bob. That's been one of the big knocks on FAA over his career is not being able to pull out the big ones and getting a little nervous and possibly in crunch time.
So the other one I've been focused on is the serve and return setup, the first shot of each point, and how well players are executing or not on both of those. That first serve did get an error. I didn't think it was an exceptional first serve, though. That should have been returned.
I agree with you. I think it was a little surprising that James had missed that serve, the first two serves, but he took a little bit off of that and put a little more air under it. Didn't get as much slice as he was going for on the first two ones, so maybe that caught Emil off guard a little bit. Who knows? That's a nice, got the line on that one.
Yeah.
That was a nice play. The serve didn't really kick, but so we're at deuce. So we're not playing. Are we playing ads here?
With ads.
With ads. Okay, so we're playing regular scoring.
Little look of desperation there to me from Aronson. First ad he gets, he's spinning it in and charging the net.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that play though.
Okay.
I think it could have been executed a little better, but I don't have a problem with that play at all. He did get close to the net, and Emil had to hit a really
he hit a good shot.
Strong backhand to get past him. James really struggling with his first serve in this first game. Yeah, I think that was either the third or fourth first serve he's missed. So it was definitely the third first serve he's missed on that side.
So he is playing some futures tournaments?
He is. I'm looking at his record right now.
Oh, wow. What do you see?
It looks like he's doing fairly well. He's up to 1261. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the ITF world ranking. He's 1261, not the ATP.
Okay.
So if you don't know, there are two sets of rankings out there. The ATP, which is the rankings that Djokovic is at the top of, and the ITF now also has something called their world rankings, which
they do.
Is also a measure for how players are entered into futures tournaments and ITF tournaments these days. And Neil took advantage of that break point, and looks like Neil breaks early on in the first set, so early lead to Gran here. But I'm looking, looks like, James just got back from playing the 15K up in Rochester. He lost in the second round of qualifying. And then before that, he was down in Mexico, played a tournament down there, 15K down there, where he lost in the first round of qualifying. Before that, back in April in Vero Beach, Florida, which actually is a reincarnation of a satellite tournament I played several times back in the day. Lost in the second round of qualifying there. So he's winning a couple of matches, but he's got to find a way to get into some main draws to get some ATP points. Looks like
you would know this. Does a main draw futures appearance get you an ATP point, or do you have to go further in the draw?
You have to win at least one match.
You have to win at least one.
Draw.
Okay.
To get an ATP
I
point.
see.
Now we take a look at Emil Grancher off the serve again. Emil going into his junior year at the University of Chicago. Really good use of the forehand there from Aronson, going behind Emil's back. And, got him off balance there. Yeah, So looking at the Division III national rankings now, University of Chicago did finish. Well, we know they won the national championship, but they also finished number one in the rankings. Their record this year was 18-1. That's very, very impressive.
And who'd they lose to? Ohio State?
No, I'm going to take a look at the schedule. Actually, I'm not sure, but we'll get that information. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the women's here.
Now that was a nice play from Aronson, using that drop shot return of second serve. Caught him off guard. Nicely done.
I apologize. The University of Chicago men, now I'm looking at the men's rankings,
Okay.
the men finished 19-1.
19-0.
So
Okay.
19-1.
Oh, 19-1. Yep.
So they were one ahead of the women. Both the men's and the women's from Chicago, I believe, won the national championships this year. Now taking a look at Neal's individual record, he was 23-10 in singles this year, which is really at the number one spot. That's
excellent.
That's excellent.
And only a sophomore.
Yeah. Really nice combination there. Kick out wide, the inside in forehand. One of the things I'm looking for with Emil, the last time I saw him play live a couple of years ago, and did get to hit with him a couple of times, was I encouraged him to work on his serve. I remember the last time he played in the shootout, his serve was really, really weak, especially his second serve. It looks like he has improved it a little bit, but we'll see as the day goes on.
I really like the way Emil, though, neutralized that first good deep return by getting back and getting off his back leg and getting something on that shot. Really good footwork there.
Two balls in a row where he just didn't get under the forehand and he kind of came across it.
Well, at least from my day, I mean, they are hitting the ball quite a bit harder, but so many more shots are landing right around the service line as opposed to the consistent 2 feet from the baseline ball that I used to hit anyway. Was keeping that ball deep so much more consistently than these guys.
Yeah, well, look, these guys they're getting used to the courts, they're getting used to the balls. This year I think we have Diadem as our ball sponsor, which they make a very, very good tennis ball, but it is a little bit different than some of the other balls. Let's see. Oh, what an athletic! Just out. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting you say that. I'm telling you why. I have an old friend from graduate school who's just finishing up a book, and it's entitled Balls. And he's an economist.
Okay.
And his idea is he tells you how basketballs, tennis balls, any kind of ball, baseballs are made, and the process in international trade. Where is it sourced from, and what does it mean about the interrelationship of economies? But anyway, the interesting part for what we're talking about is all tennis
fantastic
balls,
play there by Neal.
virtually, like 95% of them, all get the felt on the outside made in the same place.
I believe that.
And then people say, well, I don't like this ball, I do like this ball. they're almost all identical except for the stamp on the outside.
Oh, that's impossible.
Well, I would agree, because I know the feeling back when I was
Yeah.
playing. I'd be like, give me a Wilson or I don't want to play. But I must say, I do like these Diadem balls. We've been using
Yeah.
them here at Chestnut, and I like them. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I like them too, but they are different than the U.S. Open balls. The U.S. Open balls, they are different than the Pro Pen balls. The Pro Pen balls are a little higher, harder, a little. Seems like they're a little wound, a little tighter. They're definitely faster, but then just like the U.S. Open balls, I think the Diadem balls are very close to those balls, but they do have to be. With the way these guys are hitting the balls and using the strings that they're using, the ones with all the notches and the diamond cuts and all that stuff, they do need to be changed at least at this level, at least once a set.
So Emil has missed a few balls now, and
it looks like
I always try to differentiate with my students. When you miss close, okay, you don't really worry about it, but if you're hitting in the bottom half of the net, you've got something going on in terms of not focusing on the right thing.
Yep.
And watching him play right now, he seems a little tense to me. He's got to relax through the ball better.
I would agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
The other factor I was going to mention before is the courts. Of course, college tennis is played on exclusively hard courts now.
Right.
And also, the courts here are certainly going to be different than the Hartscher courts down the street, and the Hartscher courts, at New Rochelle Tennis Club.
Mm-hmm.
That's nothing new. I did get a chance to play on these courts quite a few times this summer. The courts were playing a lot slower than some of the other places I played, which is fine. That's what makes tennis great is the difference in surfaces. So I think it's going to take a big. It's going to take a lot away from the weapons. It's going to be these are going to be matches of attrition. You're not going to be able to hit through people on these courts. I like that ball. Oh, come in. Get in, you. Oh boy!
My God!
I will tell you, wow! What Emil just did.
That was tremendous defense, but he could have run that last ball down, no problem.
It was a tough one. I think the mistake in that point was 2 shots earlier where he didn't come in.
Mm-hmm.
But again, that echoes my point, and that echoes my point, Bob.
How slow?
That echoes how slow the courts are.
Welcome to Diadem. We were just talking about the tennis balls, and they're a new sponsor here for the Pro Shootout. At Diadem Sports, as the last American tennis brand, we've built our legacy on innovation. Our team, boasting over a quarter century of combined experience as collegiate and pro players and coaches, saw beyond the status quo. But our mission goes deeper than creating top-tier products. We believe in live to play, a philosophy that shapes everything we do. Live to play is more than a tagline. It's a call to action. In a world that often feels disconnected, we're using sports as a bridge. Tennis and pickleball aren't just games. They're opportunities to step away from screens, engage with others, and remember the simple joy of play. At Diadem Sports, we live to play. Can't say it better than that, Diadem. Welcome to the Pro Shootout. Thank you for joining us as a sponsor.
Thrilled to have you here, Diadem.
Just as the players are getting ready, I just want to put a quick shout out to Phil, our producer, director, and everything else sitting over here. When I got here this morning, he was working so hard, he had a towel around his neck. I thought he had just finished playing a couple sets of singles, but no, this is what it took to get us all set up and ready to go today. Phil, thank you so much.
Phil always does an unbelievable job. So now Neil serving down 1-2. Wow,
That's a good shot.
That's a great ball. See, I think these guys are starting to loosen up because they're really starting to let the forehands fly.
Yep, I agree. I like this a lot more, Brian, with using ads in the scoring. I know we've had some shootouts in the past where it's no ad, and this really makes you play tennis, winning those long deuce games, win or losing.
I would agree with you, Bob. I'm my tennis traditionalist. I do not like no ad scoring. I know there's been a lot of talk about it. It's still, for the last few years, the way they've played at on the Division I level. Fortunately, when I played college tennis, we did play regular scoring.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a big fan of no ad scoring.
How about the short sets up to 4?
Oh, I don't like that either.
I don't either.
No, I don't. I don't. But I understand why there is a push to make matches easier to digest for fans out there. But it's something that has been, a problem in this country, obviously, getting interest in tennis, but it's not a problem worldwide. It's not a problem worldwide.
No.
So, in the U.S., I think we have to figure it out a little bit better, but I do not like these score modifications.
How about lets? You want there to still be lets?
There should be lets, yes.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. But again, the reason they play lets at the Division I level is because there's not enough officials.
Oh, of course. That was bad for a couple of years there.
It's still pretty bad. But I think that we're getting closer to a day where we're going to have electronic scoring and line calling at most levels of tennis. Beautiful forehand there from Aronson. I did read that the USTA Ventures made a big investment in a electronic line calling system recently to use at the junior level and also the league level, and hopefully that is going to be developed and come into play before too long. I think the trick is they got to make it affordable to the private clubs that host these tournaments. Oh, wow. Yeah,
he let loose on that one. That was
James
a great break point to go for that shot.
Really.
So I'm not going to say more about it, but my screen play, which is in its final stages, it's called Close Call, and it's about a hijacking of the automated line calling system. Okay. And then people go to sports betting sites and profit about what they know ahead of time.
Yes.
So we'll see how widespread it gets.
Okay. Well, that has certainly been an issue with the line scoring, with the live scoring systems at the futures levels and the betting that's been going on worldwide.
The betting,
yes.
Yep, that's been going on for a while now with the minor leagues of tennis. Yep. I mean, I don't think a lot of people know how, let's say you're ranked number 1,200 in the world, and I come to you and go, you can beat Bob, you just have to lose the second set 6-love. Boom, bingo. You move on in the tournament, I get my money, and you get a little payoff on the side to increase your pay, which is miserable.
Yep.
little off balance on that one.
Yeah, I think he went for that a little bit early. He probably should have moved James one or two more balls back to his backhand and open that up. So now James is starting to open up this match. He's up 3-1 here in the first set with a break, 30 love, and he's taking control.
So I'm going to keep track today, Brian. I'm actually agreeing with your last comment. So far we have one on the table. We're saying, yep, same page in terms of tactics.
Yep.
We agree about other things, but I mean the tactical part. Now that was really, to me, got away with a weak approach shot when he should have done more.
Yep.
And he couldn't finish that tough overhead. I mean, there's one other way to look at this match, is that winning is a habit. And Emil has had a very successful, against high-level competition, college season. And Aronson, as you were telling us, is win one, lose one, pretty much, in his futures career.
Yeah.
So
they're playing at different level, though. I mean, it's
okay. But I'm just to say, when you're used to winning, I think something good happens when the crunch time.
No doubt. Tennis is a creature. You're going to be a creature of confidence in tennis. Confidence goes a long, long way. But beating people at the futures levels, even at the qualifying level, is not easy. It is a grind out there. Emil is very lucky. He is in a great position, playing in a great program at the University of Chicago. He's receiving good coaching, training. Probably looks like he's been in the weight room quite a bit. James is not receiving that doesn't get that unless he pays for it now on the tour. James played in a great program too down at University of Richmond.
Yes.
But that he's been graduated several years ago already. I believe he's he graduated 2018, so he's been out of college quite a while. But he's playing well. I mean, he's really hitting that forehand.
Yes.
And I believe
James grew up playing here, like I said, till maybe he was 15 or 16. But my only point watching him play now is there were some beautiful forehands in the last couple of games, no doubt. But I think he's like 6'5". Would you agree?
Yes. Yeah. 6'3",
his
6'4",
first
maybe.
serve should be another level stronger. I know it's sort of a cliche, like you're a tall guy, you better have a good serve. But I don't think he's getting what he can. We all know at the next level of tennis, one free point a game takes you a long way.
He's going to need that.
GAF has been with the Shootout for 5 years, and welcome back, supporting us again for the Shootout. GAF is the leading roofing manufacturer in North America, with plants strategically located across the U.S. As a standard industries company, GAF is part of the largest roofing and waterproofing business in the world. Thank you again, GAF, for supporting us.
So now Emil is going to serve down 1-4. He's got some work to do to get back in this set. Not too late, though.
I mean, there's one other little thing, is the UTRs we have on our sheet here of who's who, and they're within 0.06 of each other. So on paper, this was a pick-em match. There was no sort of clear favorite going into it.
Yep. See, that was a nice 1-2 punch there.
That was.
Bob, who do we have playing down on court 8? Do you know what match we have going on? What?
I'm not sure who's playing on court 8.
Those guys are hitting the ball pretty good. Gotcha. Well, I was just about to say that it does look like Emil's got a little more stick on his second serve, but James really took that one and showed him who's boss.
So that would be Chirich and Feldman on court 8, and Chirich is the number 1 seed. So
Chirich is
he did a good job of spotting some quality out there.
Yep, I believe Chirich is a teammate of was a teammate of our two-time defending champion who's not here this year, Alexi Gramendi down at Georgia Gwinnett.
Oh, right, yeah.
And I did take a look at Chirich's record early in the week, and man, he can play.
And Gramendi, has he gone out and played tournaments?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
I mean, I know they just finished up his last year in college, and they did well again. They won the national championship again.
Mm-hmm.
For those of you who don't know, Georgia Gwinnett plays in the NAIA, and the rules are a little different there. They usually get players that are a few years older to come in that aren't eligible for NCAA Division I or Division II, and they get some very, very high-level players, and they some of the schools in NAIA have absolutely incredible teams.
Mm.
Georgia Gwinnett leading all of those programs, but all right. So now James has got 2 break points here, and to really, really take a stranglehold on this first set.
Okay. Beautiful shot there.
Big forehand from Emil there. Emil has pulled that inside in really, really nicely. I'd like to see him do it a little more consistently, because that looks like it's a big weapon.
Big weapon. So it was some years ago, back in the Pro Classic days, Rob Kressberg, I don't know if you knew him at all.
I do.
But he was one of our better players in the field at that time. He won it one year. And I had just had shoulder surgery, and I was running the tournament. And I was exhausted, and I went down over on the grass hill and closed my eyes. And I was just listening to the tennis. And I could tell when Kressberg was hitting, because it made a different sound on the racket when he made contact with his forehand.
That drop shot just caught the top of the net, and that was, a tough time to go for that miss. But Emil he fought hard to get this game back to deuce, and did have an opportunity there. Big second serve coming up here. Gets the error from James, and definitely a little more beef on that second serve than a couple years ago.
That was a good one.
Yep.
James Aronson did not come close to watching the ball there. That's why it missed by a mile.
Yeah, well, Aronson did the last second serve he took in. He nailed it down the line. He tried to do that again. Emil hit the second serve a little better this time, a little deeper, and caught James as he was moving in. Look, when you're up a break, 4-1, James can do that. I'm fine with that play.
Now, I'm recalling that tournament that you and I went to back in the spring down in Columbia.
Back in February, yeah.
I think there was one conclusion, at least that I have, I think you may have shared it that day, was that once the ball was in play, these guys were very close to top pros, but their serves were not in the same league.
Yeah, I think the pace of their serves are close, they don't hit the same. The big difference is hitting the spots and the consistency of the first serves.
Mm-hmm.
But look, I think the level of top college tennis now, and certainly we saw Jake Froome. He's not quite there yet, but he's a top 100 player.
Yeah,
he's probably a top 50 player in the world. I think that day we saw there were 4 players playing 1 and 2 for both TCU and Ohio State that are legitimately top 250 players in the world. And I will tell you this: the number 4 from Ohio State that we saw that day, Anthrop, ended up getting to I think he got to the semis or the quarters of the NCAA when, that's how close these guys are. It's just the level of college tennis now is just insane.
Nicely done.
The
Good
guys
serve to set it up.
2 guys we saw playing 3 and 5 for Ohio State that day, J.J. Tracy and Robert Cash, ended up winning the NCAAs in doubles, and they'll be in the U.S. Open.
Oh, fantastic! I had no idea.
So they've done pretty well on the.
That was a good comeback
this
here
summer
to make this hold, keep the set competitive.
That's right. Yeah, we almost got sidetracked talking about college tennis, but Neil did a great job to get a hold there. Let's see if he can back it up and get back in the set, get this break back. Now, actually, we're looking at Chirich and Feldman, but looks like Chirich has got that match well in hand.
Mm-hmm.
So, maybe we could go back to Emil and James. And see if Emil can tighten this first set up. There we go. It's now we've love 15.
Did you happen to see that last missed overhead?
I caught it out of the corner of my eye. Yeah. Just back. Yep. I know it was a little close, James, giving a look there, but it was back.
Okay, I didn't get that good a look.
I'm thinking if I'm a college coach, I got to tell you, Bob, I spend 30 minutes a day on overheads.
Mm-hmm. I try to do that with my women too. I mean, they're playing doubles, most of them, right?
Yeah.
If you don't have an overhead, it changes the whole game. The other team can get away with murder.
Yeah, you can tell Seth Roberts, he's been abusing my overhead for years. But my overhead is not what it used to be, that's for sure. That ball, James did have a little bit of action on that ball, and it curved into Emil's hip at the last moment.
That was a good serve.
Caused to jam him a little bit. I think he just missed that one. Yeah, just missed it.
See, that's what I mean about improving his first serve. Yeah. He gave him a good look, and he just about within 1 inch took that point.
Yeah, that sort of did kick out wide there. James, looking at James' serve from this end, it's not big, but it does have a lot of length and a heavy bounce to it. Oh, and that one he just dropped his head, and that one did not get it. He did not get the length on that one.
No.
But that's pressure there. That was a 30-all point. And so now Emil has a break point to
really get it competitive.
Yeah.
did miss it, but
looked like it was probably just a little wide. And James now did circle the mark there. So back to deuce. But DeMille, look, that wasn't a bad shot. He aimed it just a little bit off. Probably should have left a little more space, but look, it was high over the net. He had James on the run. He was trying to open up the court. I understand it. Just shows you how in tennis the measurements are just so close.
So.
Yep. That was a good ways out.
Yeah, that looked pretty out. When I left the racket, I didn't actually see it yet.
So another break point here for Emil. If I'm a James here, I go for a second serve down the tee. But nope, he went to the wide one. Most guys do go to the the wide one. Ooh. It was not an easy shot, but he did have a look at it.
I think you gotta make him volley there. Break point, come on.
Tough ball though. It was on the run. Not easy to get your stick on there. I don't disagree with you though.
So we are at that point in the match that I mentioned earlier where we have one player who's used to finding a way to win and another one who's finding a way to be 50-50. And Aronson seems to have just slipped a touch right at this moment.
What about Emil? Do you think Emil has made a couple of adjustments?
I think it's not easy to measure, and there's no way we could actually figure it out, but he seems to be hitting the ball with a little more depth to me.
Especially on his forehand. He's getting a little more height over the net, so he's putting more balls in the court.
Exactly. Some of those errors from the beginning that were middle of the net have sort of disappeared.
Look, both of these guys, even though the action on the ball is much different, they both have rock solid backhands. Their forehands are their bigger weapons, so you're going to get a little bit more breakdown on the forehand. And now you got to find a way to measure that. Oof. That was a really tough approach shot. Emil was about 15 feet behind the baseline. Tough to get that ball back.
It was tough. I would say though, it's almost like Emil hurt us though, because he was going to make him play that ball. That's what he was going for. He wasn't trying to pass him right off the bat.
Yeah, I think that one was actually a little tougher than a little bit different of a shot than the last one. The last one he maybe he was a little bit closer to the baseline. That one, there was no way he was passing him on one shot there. Oh, that's the breakdown I'm talking about on the forehand. But I've always been a fan of the two ball passing shot.
Oh, totally.
Get the first ball low and get them to pop it up, and you get your chance to pass in the second one. Right off the ball, skidded off the service line there, and helped Emil out.
Okay,
so
could have been skid. Could have been Chestnut Ridge too.
It could have been.
Yeah.
For those of you that don't know, if you ever played at Chestnut Ridge, the bounces on the court, both inside and outside, can
They can be.
they can be
good days,
advantageous
too.
or they can be disadvantageous. But there's some unusual bounces, and if you play here enough, you start to learn where those spots are going to be.
Ooh, that's a tight one.
Yep.
He's changing his call.
Yep, good sportsmanship there.
Very good.
Big first serve there. He had big foul wide first serve there, and Neal just popped it up, and James he had a little bit of a bonehead play there.
He did. He didn't look like he knew what he wanted to do, high forehand or an overhead. And then, to me, he went for the wrong choice of going down the line there. Because if he didn't hit a winner, the court was left wide open because he was so far over.
Yeah, I think there were a number of things he wished he did differently there. This game, a long game here, a very, very important, tight game.
That error hurts. Didn't really earn that one.
Didn't earn that one. He had a short return. Got jammed a little on the return. Hit a short return, and then James just moved him and got the error.
That's more like the serve I'd like to see Aronson hitting.
Okay, now looking on court 8, it looks like Alexis Sirich and Kobe Feldman, and what do we got for a, let's take a look and see if we can find out what the score is over there.
6-1, 4-1.
6-1-4-1 do, so it looks like number 1 seed Sirich is rolling, and it looks like, man, that was a massive forehand he just hit. Man, inside in forehand, was that in?
Yes.
Oh, wow. So James Aronson just held to go up 5-2, I believe.
Correct.
So Chirich now up 6-1-5-1, and Feldman serving to stay in the match here. I believe it's Feldman. I don't know much about Feldman. Is he a local? Do you know anything about him? Just so you guys know, we didn't do our homework on everybody. Unfortunately, Bob and I do this as for out of our own goodness of our own hearts, and
well, Feldman wasn't a seed, so we didn't get any info on him.
Okay. Well, let's see what we can find about Kobe Feldman. Looks like he's Kobe Feldman's from Wacabuck, so he's close by, and
oh wow,
playing for Hamilton College. So another Division III player here. Oh, big forehand there from Neil. So Neil now fighting to stay in the first set, down 5-2. Neil had a little bit more of a bounce, a little more bounce in his step there, and was putting just a little bit more pressure on Aronson and moving him side to side. That's what I'd like to see him do a little more is step up his footwork and get the ball a little more out in front and put James under pressure a little bit more.
Ooh. Yes?
I believe it was just back. James was well on his forehand there, but his footwork was just non-existent.
Mm-hmm.
And, even though he was in control at that point, I kept thinking to myself all the way through is, Neil's just got to hit one good shot and he's going to catch him off balance. I don't know, maybe he's content to just ride this game out and get to and try to serve out the set. I think that's the first volley we've seen Emil hit.
I think you're right.
I like that play. He had a really, really sharp first serve and then got James way off the court to his backhand.
Excellent first serve.
James had to take the couldn't get to the two-hander, had to take the hand off the racket and just popped up an easy volley there for Emil.
So here's this moment. Do I know how to win moment?
Yep. Again, that's one of the great things about tennis is there's no clock.
Exactly.
You can't run out the match. Oh, great passing shot there.
That was awesome.
Yep.
I thought that volley was really pretty good.
It was pretty good. I think James could have stuck it a little more, and I probably would have gone cross on that volley.
I agree with that. I wouldn't have given him a forehand.
Yeah.
Yep.
But it's easier said than done. I mean, the ball was sharply hit, and God, my backhand volley these days is terrible, so I'm just happy to get it in the court. Ooh, you had it lined up, and it's just a little long.
He did have it lined up.
Yeah, needed to get a little more spin on it. But
see, this is where you're 6'5", love 15, and you're hitting a 35-mile-an-hour first serve. I don't get it.
Just for the viewers out there, Bob's being a little sarcastic.
Yes.
35 miles an hour, but
For what he could do, come on.
yeah.
That's it.
Oh, put it just wide. Oh, you got there and put it just
Wow.
wide. I don't like that play from James though at all.
No, again, that's like.
I'll tell you, he did have a little more pop on that first serve there, but it's not a heavy first serve. It's needs a little. Let's see if we could pick up what pointers you can give him after the match. On his
Okay.
serve, technically on his serve.
I know already. I just had to really watch one.
Yeah, and I'll bet you toss it a little higher.
No. Well, no matter how tall you are now on the Pro Tour, you can hit 125. And it all comes from the setup position of really getting that hip into the court. He gets it in there, but he doesn't then hit with his legs. He gets everything, like if you took a photo, you'd go, looks good, but he's not using his legs whatsoever.
Okay.
That was a good shot.
That was a good shot, yep. And he was able to serve out the set. So
Yep.
James Aronson took the first set from Emil Grantrov. He's up 1-0. The two players, they'll take a little breather and change sides, and we'll come back and we'll thank one of our other sponsors here.
Hayes Hoppel Real Estate, also a new sponsor this year. Whether you're thinking of buying your next home or selling the one in which you currently live, there's no better realtor to have in your court than Hayes Hoppel with Sotheby's International Realty. A Chappaqua resident and Chestnut player, Hayes has been one of the leading real estate agents in Westchester and Fairfield counties over the past decade, earning a spot within the top 1.5% of all agents nationwide. Now, there's a little more for me to read here, but I'm just going to tell everyone a little bit about Hayes. Up until last year, I was running the men's singles leagues here at Chestnut Ridge, and Hayes was a member of a group that played either on Wednesdays or on either Saturday or Sunday. And every couple of months, when I'd ask for availability, he'd say, I work on Saturday. There's no way you can put me in. And it shows. Your record shows. But also the fact that you and your wife and your boy, you all love tennis. We're so happy to have you here at Chestnut Ridge.
If you guys can't tell from the tone of Bob's voice and the passion that he talks about the members here and how Bob's been at the club for forever. And one of the things I think we said this almost every year. One of the things I love about Chestnut Ridge and why I keep coming to play here is, this is a place that people really love tennis and want to put together good programs and get people involved. And both you and Brad have been just tremendous at getting people involved in tennis and in serving the local community. And it's really, really, you guys are a real treasure to the local tennis scene.
Well, thank you, but I'd only say Brad Breakstone has done more than continue in my tradition. In fact, this is a great sign of the innovation and the creativity that he's brought to the job.
Yep.
And I've been urging him for years, since I resigned from running the men's leagues, get someone else to do it. Don't take it on yourself. So he got Brad Mazie this year, who has upgraded the men's singles program by running a postseason tournament, presenting big trophies, keeping everyone up to date with scores, with an online link to everything. It's been fantastic.
Yeah.
He's done a great job.
In fact, so now Grant Rob's up 30 love.
30 love?
Yep.
30 love.
30 love. And I'm going to add to what you just said about Brad Mazie
Okay.
in 1 second. Watch this 30 love point.
Oh, come on.
tournament. So a good start here so far for the second set from Emil, up 40 love. What I was going to say about Brad Mazey running the men's league. I know he runs a men's league on Wednesday night. I believe it's a bunch of 4.0 players, and one of my colleagues, David Schreiber, who I got involved in, who's an absolute tennis fanatic and loves. I got him involved with Brad Breakstone, Brad Mazey, and they've gotten him into this Wednesday night league, and yesterday he won the finals.
He did. I got a big email about the whole thing, and they have some pictures and everything else.
I'm not happy he took the day off to play in the finals, but he. But no, I absolutely love David, and in fact, we made him a partner at my firm this week.
Oh wow!
So
great! Congratulations to him.
Yep, and he texted me right after his match yesterday. It was a guy, I guess, the only guy he had lost to in the league early in the year, and he beat him pretty handily yesterday. So he was pretty excited. I was excited for him. And now 1-love for Emil in the second set. Good hold to open up the second set. That's just with the doctor order from Emil. So let's see if he can get off to a good start.
If going back to the match, and that's fantastic for Schreiber. Aronson's body language, he just won the first set. He looks like he lost 6-1.
Looks tired.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, this is where a pretty good set, you got to come out at the beginning of the second set like, I want to erase all hope for my opponent, and I'm not seeing that look.
Yeah, well, tennis, a long match in tennis, it ebbs and it flows. So let's see if he can get it back together here. One thing I will say is, in the 5 years that we've been doing this, the first 4 years we did this, it had to be the hottest weekend in July of the year, or the hottest weekend of the year. This weekend, we got a little lucky because it's been a hot summer and it cooled down a little bit.
It did.
This weekend. But it's still warm. We're still in the mid 80s here. Very comfortable for watching, for out there playing, and the effort that these guys are putting in. Not easy.
No.
You can see both of these guys look to be pretty darn fit. But let's see if James can get his energy back.
That was a tight one in the backhand corner, huh?
That was a tight one in the backhand corner. Was in.
Oh, it was. I didn't have the angle.
Now, you'll get the first point. Bob, one of the things I've always said, a key to getting a break is to go up 15 love, is to get that first point. If you don't get that first point in while your opponent's serving, it makes it very difficult to break it because the odds are in the so much in favor of the server.
They changed quite a bit.
Now up love 30. Like,
I think you may as well just start it with an underhand serve.
No, come on.
Come on, that wasn't much different, was it? For this level of play?
It was different, yes. Still pretty different. But you're right, he is not getting his legs under the serve. And that serve, like the one where the flat one, which he should be using more, he's just tossing the ball too low.
Yeah.
He's hitting it at like eye height. And Emil just broke 4 straight points.
4 straight.
Broke at love. So James is he is certainly struggling right now. And
well, this is a little bit like me with the stock market. My wife says, you always see what's coming ahead, except that you see it way before everybody else, and then it takes a while for it to actually happen. It's starting to happen now in this match, what I was starting to see in the first set. And believe me, I'm pulling for Aronson. I'd love to see him get some energy and get going here.
Bob, you're not supposed to.
I know, but he did play at Chestnut as a kid, so.
Hey. There you go. There you guys go, Bob. There you, out there, you see that Bob is not exactly. What do you call it? Neutral here. But that's okay. Look, I did discuss before. I know Emil, and I have played with Emil.
Well,
James,
I was informed.
James was on our 5-0 team one year, or maybe he was on the other team. I don't remember. But I did see him at a few 5-0 matches a couple of years ago.
But Brad Breakstone did warn me that they would cut my pay if I picked sides. So.
Wow. That's a hardship.
Yes.
I don't know how they're going to cut your pay, Bob. That's how they could figure out how to cut nothing. But but I'm sure there's some people out there trying to do it. Went for it there.
You see, there's one thing that would have prevented me from making that mistake, is to say, when the guy looks like this, I want him to hit it back. So then I can run him to the other side and begin the process of taking his legs away. I don't have to hit it to the line. Good defense.
Just when I thought in that point that James was getting his legs back, because he really put some oomph into the first couple balls of that round. Look, Emil just took it right away from him. Bad mistake. Got a little bit late on that shot there.
But also, you've been working the guy over. Just keep working.
Keep working him. Yep. Still got one other game point here. That's a good play. That's the play we've been talking about all day, Bob.
Yes. And he got the ball a little bit shorter. That was an excellent time to go for it.
Yep. So now Emil is the 3-love in the first set. One break, but he's off to a great start in this first set.
We have another ad, I'm sure. Horse's Mouth. They are a new sponsor here for the Shootout. Horse's Mouth helps financial professionals educate their clients and grow their businesses. If you are a financial advisor, registered investment advisor, insurance agent, accountant, or other financial professional that helps their clients plan for retirement, then this is for you. Horse's Mouth equips you with the top educational programs, marketing campaigns, and software solutions for addressing retirement challenges such as planning for Social Security and Medicare, estate planning, tax planning and retirement, and much more. Become the trusted and retirement planning expert in your community by using industry-leading Horse's Mouth. thank you so much, Horse's Mouth, for joining the Shootout sponsorship list.
Okay. It's nice to see the sponsorship list growing.
It is. It was out. Let's play.
Yeah, it seems like all the energy has just been zapped away.
So energy is a curious thing. Like, I'm sure many of our listeners watched the women's final at Wimbledon with Krejcikova and Paolini. Did you happen to see that? Or
I did.
so virtually anyone who watched some of the tournament knows Paolini was known for her energy level. No matter what was going on the court, she always had more energy. But my question then to the commentators who kept mentioning that was, are you telling me that when an introvert plays an extrovert, the extrovert always wins? And I'd say no. Think back to Bjorn Borg.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the guy barely said boo when he was out there winning 5 or 6 Wimbledons in a row and 5 or 6 French Opens. It's to me, it's a false dichotomy that's being created.
Look, there are a lot of players out there that are certainly a lot of tennis players that are introverts, but man, you get them out on the court and their engines are running at 150 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
They have a fire burning in their bellies as bright and as hot as anybody. I don't think that an outward manifestation of a personality is indicative of how you're going to behave in the throes of an athletic contest.
Right. It does help you get some fans, though. I think Paolini was extremely popular.
She's interesting, and she has a very lovely personality and very likable.
Got another break of serve here.
Yeah, 4-love. Big smile. I mean, it's great to see. She's been fighting hard to break through for a while, and she finally did it. And
I couldn't believe when I first saw her that she was 28 years old. I thought she was like 19.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now she, 2 finals of
she's 5th in the world
slams.
now.
Yeah,
5th.
So Emil now serving up 4-love, and he's up 2 breaks here now in the second set. So you may be seeing the ultimate test of who handles pressure better when we get to a super tiebreaker.
Yeah.
That was a tricky ball.
That was tricky. Maybe he could have used his continental grip and made a slice on that one. It was so low.
Yeah, that's a tough ball to hit with a Western grip.
Totally.
But, I think Emil got the chestnut bounce on that serve. That was or he hit the biggest kick serve he's hit all day. Another player who's made great strides recently was a former competitor of I believe it was the Winners Shootout one year. It was Elliot Spizzeri. I think 5 or 6 years ago, he played in the Winners Shootout.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he was still in high school at the time. He has graduated from the University of Texas and is on an absolute tear this summer on the Futures and Challenger circuit.
Yeah, he lost in the qualies at Newport, though.
No, he was in the main draw, won the first round.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Okay. Thought I saw him losing.
Yeah. I believe he got a wild card into the main draw, but I'm going to double check on that right now.
Okay. But he did lose the final match to TCU. It was 3-all, I think, for the national championship.
He played a really tight match to a guy named Jack Pennington Jones, who was also a phenomenal British player who we saw destroy the number 2 player from Ohio State when we went to the National Indoors Finals, and Jack Pennington Jones was playing number 1 that day for TCU.
Yeah.
Spisiri, I mean, that is a tough match, man. Pennington is no joke.
Right.
I mean, he's actually got 2 years left in college if he wants to use it. I'm not so sure he's going to go back. We'll see, but maybe we'll talk to Guillermo Nunez later, who will give us a little insight. But into that, maybe he knows. But man, that is can't fault Spisiri for that one.
A little bit of a gift here, keeping Aronson alive. Jesus. 40-15 and 2 big gifts.
A little bit of a breakdown there from Emil. That's disappointing, but that's why you get the insurance break. Hopefully, you can shake that one off. Speaking of the tournament going on in Newport, how about Riley Opelka, who hasn't barely played in the last 2 years and comes out and makes the semis of that tournament?
He was struggling when I watched him a little bit against Manarino, and he looked pretty lost, but he found a way to win, and now he's won a couple more.
Yeah, I just confirmed Elliot Spisiri did get a wild card into the ATP 250 at Newport, and he beat Lee 2 in the first round of qualifier.
He beat who?
Lee 2.
Oh.
It was a qualifier in the first round, and then lost to Alex Vukic.
Mm-hmm.
So, good showing at Newport for Elliot. Let's see, he's now inside the world's top 400. So.
Spisiri is?
Spisiri is, yes.
Wow.
I suspect before too long he'll be inside the top 250, but he'll need a little help to get into the qualies at the U.S. Open. Hopefully they'll give him a wild card, because he certainly deserves it. So now James Aronson to serve, down 1-4 in the second set. Aronson won the first.
Good.
Yep, looked like he got the line. You can see by the expression on Emil's face that he knew it. By the way, for those of you that are following us online, if you have any questions for us, any comments, anything like that, please enter it in the chat on the YouTube page, and Bob and I will be glad to address it. Let us know you're out there. great shot there by Emil. Big stretch there, and man, that takes a lot of strength to be able to pull that ball across for him.
Tremendous shot.
Well done. So now Emil with a little bit of an opening here to get back the insurance break. If he can pull off the break here, he'll serve for the second set. See, Danny Brill did make a comment. Love the commentary. Can you please move the cursor? It's in the middle of the feed. Oh, well, it looks like
Just
somebody.
wrong.
That was a while ago. I believe somebody did. Did somebody move the cursor? See,
Oh.
it was in the middle of the feed. It looks like I don't see it in the middle of the feed. So hopefully, Danny, we did do it. Oh, that big serve up the tee, and it looks like James did get the line on that. All right, so game point now for James to narrow the gap to 4-2 and keep the pressure on Emil. Overcooked that
Dude, they have
backhand
the
just a
score
little
wrong.
bit.
King, that's break.
Bob, do you guys have the third ball by chance? The one line's long gone.
Carl, we'll get you.
They
We'll get
need
you
another ball out there on this court. Well, I don't know.
We'll see if we can
Just
get the
one
attention
from
of the
Brad.
We'll see if we can get the attention of the tournament director, but
Imagine asking John McEnroe at the U.S. Open, John, get me another ball, please.
yeah,
Okay, that's what just happened here, folks, if you didn't quite get it.
yeah. Oh, that ball just slid a little wide.
Bring it to him. Flip it over the fence. James.
James,
Oh, thanks. Appreciate it.
is that a brand new one? Now Emil serving at Aronson's got a break point. No, I think we have the wrong score up there, but actually I'm not.
The score is 15-all.
15 all now, right?
15-all.
So it's 4-2, 15 all, right?
4-2, 15-all.
Yep. Can we get the score? It's 4-2, 15 all.
Thank you.
Looks like we have a women's match that just went out on court 8. And for those of you that heard the first match with Bob calling the first match here, this is the first time we've had a women's draw at the Summer Pro Shootout. Very excited.
And I think following the conclusion of our court 10 match, Val Shue, who grew up playing at Chestnut Ridge, still playing here some, she's going to be taking the court at the age of 16.
Great. Looking forward to seeing her. I have not seen Val play, but I have heard a lot about her from everybody here at Chestnut Ridge, so I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Ooh. Certainly mistimed that ball.
Okay, so I'm going to give you a tough one to answer. It may even be impossible. We talked before about being a gritty player, and I value being a smart player. Would you rather be a smart player or a gritty player if you had to pick one of the two?
That's a tough call. I think a tennis player needs both of them.
Well, yeah, okay.
I think almost any athlete needs to have a little bit of both. And especially in tennis. Tennis is a brain game. It's certainly, there is a element of chess and problem solving to it. So you certainly do need, and you're out there on your own, you need to be able to figure it out on your own. It's a super tiebreaker for the third set. So. Oh yeah. I thought we must have had the score wrong.
6-1.
Thanks, James.
We're starting the tiebreaker.
We just got corrected from one of the players, so now it's it looks like we have a split set situation here, and Emil is now. So Emil was up.
You know, I'm really agreeing with you there. You really do need both, but you can't have just grit. That's what a lot of people think. If I just want it bad enough, that's going to be the difference. No. I don't think it's quite enough. Where are they sending Val?
So now we're
maybe they're just going to warm up on court 9, but play on court 10. That's my hope.
Well, I don't know. Well, we're not in charge of the court assignments here.
We're just victims.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get some clarification from the tournament director over there. No, the tournament director is ignoring us. So now we're in a super tiebreaker here with Aronson and Gran. And Bob, what do you think of the super tiebreaker? That's a fairly new development in tennis in the last 20 years.
I think it's fantastic. So. It takes some of those matches that were going just way too long. They're in a super tiebreaker. Okay. Okay, so we did just get confirmation from the tournament director that the women's match we wanted to see on court 10 next is they're just warming up on court 9. They're just starting right here, super tiebreaker.
Yep.
In any case, I really like it when you think of the way even 5 years ago, Federer had to go 12-all regular tiebreaker against Djokovic in the Wimbledon final.
Yeah.
It's 6-all. We're in the 5th set. You played at 10. A much better solution.
All right. So James opened up the super
Beautiful
tiebreaker here with a big tee serve. Big forehand in there for Emil that James couldn't quite catch up to. So we're at 1-all now in the super tiebreaker. Now, a friend of mine who you may know his name is Eric Fromm.
I know
Eric likens a super tiebreaker to a full set. He thinks it's almost a full set. So, obviously Eric, a French Open semifinalist in doubles back in the 80s, did not play super tiebreakers during his career. So. Both players have upped the intensity here. What a great point.
They're both here to play.
They're both, great point there from Emil. Great defense. Really turned defense into offense.
So I think this is really, to me, about Emil. If he doesn't drop his level, I don't think Aronson can actually raise and pass at this point. But we'll see.
So it's interesting.
It's a long
So you're saying, from what you see, you think Emil has that extra gear, but James may not?
Well, he's the gear that he's in right now. I don't think he has to change it.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
He's already up, so he's already upped the gear.
Out. One.
Yep. Emil with the first mini break of the super tiebreaker, now up 3-1. Long way to go, though. Having to get those extra 3 points in the super tiebreaker, it does. It makes it makes a big difference. Wind has kicked up a little bit too.
Just a bit.
It's made it very comfortable for you and me, but probably a little tricky for the players. And you can see trees behind the courts blowing around pretty good.
Beautiful.
Well
Beautiful
done there.
point.
Yep.
He kept it so low, he almost forced him to go cross there over
Yeah,
the long
James
net.
showed a little bit of a range there that he hadn't shown
Yep.
yet in this match by with the sharp angles and.
So Brian, I don't know if you heard this, but when we went on the air, we had a little weather thing with the temperature in the corner.
Okay.
And the wind speed, which was interesting, and I think we would see correctly, you observed, the wind has picked up.
Yep.
What we don't know is if that's going to continue, because
Right.
under Donald Trump, he's proposed to charge money for weather reports.
Yeah, we're not going to get into politics here.
Okay. Oh, he almost guessed right. 3-all.
Great point there from James. Now, I would like, if I could give Emil a little bit of advice in his training, is to work on those volleys.
Mhm.
You know, we've seen a couple times where he's come in and he hasn't really stuck his volleys.
Well, it looked like he was trying more of a drop that time. Did you
Yeah.
think, or not?
I think he did, but I don't
Yeah.
think he should have.
Oh, okay.
I think he should have. He popped it up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
He needed to keep it a little bit lower. I think a short angle would have been better there. Short angle, almost an outside angle, would have been better there.
Yeah.
He gave James just too much time. Or even if he had stuck it low and halfway between the maybe closer to the baseline, it would have driven James off the court. He wouldn't have had a real legitimate passing shot opportunity. Well played point there from Emil. Gets
Really
the-
close, but he did force the error there.
Yep.
What a return of serve, too. That was a
Unbelievable.
great get from Emil. He nailed that return.
So now James serving 3-4.
Right.
The error on the forehand there from Aronson gives Emil back the mini break. Aronson now serving down 3-5, and again we're seeing that body language from Aronson where he's dropping his shoulders, and he needs to get it back and needs to get it back in a hurry here. But one good serve could do it. And
Beautiful one, too.
beautiful
That's
one,
the way
too.
to use his serve to get things going.
Did hit a big serve there. Looks like he got a little bit of a chestnut bounce there, but
Yeah.
I would say he tightens it up. We're at 4-5 or 5-4. Emil serving now in the super.
So was there any player in your memory who would sort of go around the court almost like his best friend just passed away and then respond with great tennis?
Pete Sampras.
He was one. And Ken Rosewall.
Well, yeah, Ken Rosewall was a little before my time.
You never really saw him?
I've seen video, of course, but I never saw him when he was in his career. But I have met Ken Rosewall, and he was actually surprised me. He was shorter than I expected. Well played there.
I think he got the line.
He did. He got the line. Really well done
What?
there.
Oh, good.
Yep, certainly he got the line. It's number 5-all in the tiebreaker. The super tiebreaker. I'll tell you, if you didn't know this, Bob, on the at the futures level now in the qualifying, they play a super tiebreaker for a third set.
Ah, I didn't know
In the
that.
qualifying rounds, right? Wow, this match couldn't be tighter. Really good match for our first men's match of the day of the
Yes.
tournament.
Boy.
Yep, looked like Emil didn't get all of that forehand and caught James a little off guard and didn't quite get under that backhand.
Well, it's interesting, Brian. The slower the ball is coming to you, the better you have to watch it.
That's a good point. Yeah.
And I think he intentionally, it's not like he went after it and he mishit it that speed. He just sort of pushed it in. And
I think he mishit it a little
oh,
bit.
you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
It didn't look like it was natural. It looked like the ball got in on him a little bit. Because I hear what you're saying, though, Bob, but nobody's trying that at 5-all in the super tiebreaker to hit a short sitter like that. Because if James was ready for that, that was he was going to probably put the next ball in the corner somewhere.
Here we go again.
Yeah.
At the biggest moment trying a drop
That's
shot.
yeah.
And committing the cardinal sin of a drop shot, which is to miss it in the net. If you hit it a little too far, you can still pass or lob the guy. You cannot miss that in the net.
So now the two players will change ends at Gran up 7-5 in the super tiebreaker, 3 points from the match. But this is the point where it gets tricky. You look at the score now, 7-5. If it was a regular tiebreaker, Emil would have just won it. Now, but he's still got 3 tough points to win, and James is only 2 points behind. So, I mean, how many times have we seen somebody who got the 7 first in the super tiebreaker lose the super tiebreaker?
And, my only thing I'd say there is it wouldn't be over because he wouldn't have tried a drop shot if that was match point down.
Probably not. I'm talking about just looking at the score situation.
Yes,
the scenario. Wow,
Great return.
Great return and
Great. High percentage, deep.
Yeah, and James's feet have just stopped moving.
Yeah.
So now Emil 2 points from the set, and he's it's on his racket now.
Okay. So we'll go back to UTR again, who promised us a really close match. Guess what?
You got a
They're
close match?
right on.
Yeah. But the UTR is a pretty good system, and it's more. A lot of times it is right. It did seem to the accuracy seemed to wax and wane during COVID, but and a little bit there was a little bit of a hangover thereafter, but it seems to have normalized. And I know there's a new system, the World Tennis Number, that the USTA and the ITF like to go by, which I just haven't figured out that system
I
yet,
haven't tried.
Oh, a match point. Emil just got a little tight and didn't rip that the way he should have, but he's got 3 more match points here coming up. Hopefully we'll get a little bit more of an audience out here over the next couple of days, and they can come. We have a Diadem to set up a nice booth here. People can come out and take a look at their sneakers and their merchandise and their rackets. it is. And the match goes to Emil Grancharov, 3-6, 6-1, 10-6. Really strong, well-played match from both players.
Well played. Aronson does look like he's a little hurt or something. The way he was walking
he does look
there.
like like maybe his back or his hip or something is hurting a little bit. But look, it was a well-played match. It was a long match. We're looking at it was about an hour and 45 minutes. So
that's fine. But if we're going to do an ad, I'm just going to run to the.
Alright, so yeah, sure. Thank one of our sponsors. Again, who do we got? So while we get set up the next match here on court 10, we'll thank one of our other sponsors, the Little Shop of Tennis. Little Shop of Tennis, located near the front entrance of the Chestnut Ridge Racket Club, carries a wide selection of equipment and attire. Owner Courtney James is always helpful, whether it's choosing a new racket, ordering team uniforms, or having your racket restrung. Thanks again for being with us to the Little Shop of Tennis. I did see Courtney James walking around here a little while ago, and hey, Emil, good to see you too, buddy. We'll talk in a moment, but well done, Emil. So we'll take a little bit of a break here, and we'll come back. And actually, we're going to go over to Court 8 right now, where we have Michelle Rendon. I'm sorry, I'm not sure how to pronounce her name, playing Mia Palladino, and I believe Michelle is currently on the Cornell women's tennis team. So we get a little bit look at her. And when we were setting up the score, it looks like they're in their first game here with Palladino. Now a break point in the first game. It looks like Mia Palladino is a player on the SUNY Stony Brook team and hails from Brewster, New York. I believe last year was her freshman year on the Stony Brook team. Played in 23 matches for the Seawolves. Playing number 1 as a freshman. That's fantastic. With a 13-10 record in singles and 17-14 in doubles. Well done. So I wonder if these two did get to play during the season. Probably not, but we'll check on that. Yeah, and Michelle, maybe these two did play in the juniors, because Michelle Rindon was just this year a freshman on the Cornell women's team. So I gotta say, these two being from the same state probably do know each other pretty well. We don't know for sure. It looks like, again, they are really kind of going at it there in the first game. We'll check in and see a little bit about the records of these two this year. And Palladino with another, Palladino serving, so she is has a game point. And looks like Palladino does get the first game. So these two will switch sides, and we're setting up another women's match over here on court 10 that we'll get to shortly. Yep, they got that. Producer Phil Oler is just going down to court 8 to adjust the camera a little bit. So, two players on court 8, they'll switch sides, and Rindon, who was our top seed, will get to serve. Sophia Palladino serving. Real big pop off her racket on that first serve. Love. Got our next match over here set up on court 10 with yeah, why don't we switch over to court back over to court 10 with they have started I believe it is one love or love one 15 love, I believe. We have not yet, because I'm going to leave that to you, Bob, because I don't know who they are, to be honest.
Who's currently #1 singles for Michigan State University. So,
okay.
Serious Division I tennis #1 player on the other side of the net.
Michigan State, the Spartans. For those of you that don't follow college tennis, Michigan State's men's team this year was one of the most improved teams of the year, making it to. I believe they were in the top 20 this year. They, traditionally have not had a very strong men's program, but over the last couple of years have brought in some really strong players, including Ozan Barris, who is one of the top players in the country. They had a strong transfer from LSU, Ronald Holman, who I believe is originally a New Yorker, but spent most of his former years coached by a friend of mine, Todd Whittam, in Coral Springs, Florida. So another program on the rise. I am not that familiar with their women's program. What an excellent opportunity this is for Val to play somebody who is playing at a high Division I level.
She's pretty tall, but did you see her get up for that high backhand volley?
Well, I was talking more about the opportunity of the match.
No, I know what you mean.
Val is obviously playing at a high national level in the 16s, but getting exposed to the level she wants to get to
this
at
is great.
Division I is really an invaluable opportunity for her.
Yeah.
Bob, may I just see your draw sheet for a second? Thank you.
It's the women's. Yeah. That one got away from her a little bit.
So interesting that we have, even though these two are playing at very different levels, we have Val Shu is now a 9.1 UTR, and Lisa, you know, God, I wish I knew how to pronounce her last name, Villanen. I'm just going to call her Lisa.
Okay.
She is a 9.51, so there's really not that big of a separation. A half a point that this should be a competitive match.
I agree.
I mean, even though half a point, Lisa is clearly the favorite, but this should be a competitive match. Looking down Lisa's record for the year, she did play number one for Michigan State for a good part of the year, but it did looks like she struggled quite a bit.
Well, that's a very tough conference.
Very,
right?
that's a tough. Playing Division I tennis is tough. Playing the Big Ten is certainly one of the better conferences, that's for sure. And playing number one, you're playing the best players on every team, so that's very difficult. She did start off the year number 3 and then moved up to number 1, so she was winning. She was winning a lot of matches at number 3. I mean, look at she beat a good player from the University of South Florida.
Just had to break a serve after a very long game. 2-love for Lisa.
Looks like Lisa's going to get one more year. It's just one more year left at Michigan State, so the best is ahead of her. Let's see if Val can right the ship here.
Looks like one little thing that Val could go after is that serve.
Yeah.
It's got a lot of spin, but not much pace.
So if I'm correct, Val just got back from playing the 16 and under clay courts and made the round of 16 there. So it's a good showing.
That is a good showing.
And then also after that, 2 more matches in the back draw. So very good tournament for Val at the USTA clay courts, which were just held last week. The 16 and unders. Not sure where the 16 and unders is played, but nonetheless,
Somewhere hot.
I'm sure it's somewhere hot. Everywhere's hot right now. So.
Yes. See, I would be standing in 3/4 court for this serve. There's no way you can stand back at the baseline. Can barely reach you.
She's a step inside. She was a step inside the baseline for that one. So.
That's
there.
a good shot.
Just off the back of the line.
I mean, I would say that's probably the #1 innovation, if you want to call it, on the Pro Tour, where you stand to return serve against given opponents. Like Medvedev came out in that semi against Alcaraz and was standing in a lot more, and he still lost, but he took away the serve and volley. The last time they played on grass, he won like 25-0 on serve and volley.
Looks like Salazar and Visser are going to go out on.
Oh wow, that's going to be some match.
Yeah, I wish we could get that match on here, but I guess they're going to get going a little bit early. I had a little inside information. Visser had a rough training session on Thursday and left some of his lunch on the grass.
Oh wow.
If you don't know, Matthias Visser, I'm sorry, Matthias is his father, Alex Visser, played in the Chestnut Ridge Shootout a couple of years ago, and I believe made the semis of the finals a couple of years ago. Is now just finished up his freshman year at Duke. And, went between the 5 and the 6 spot at Duke, and they had a good year, made the round of 16 of the NCAAs, and have a really strong team there. And Jose Salazar, who he's playing, is a few years out of the University of Arkansas, and played on a very, very strong team there. I believe Salazar may have been an All-American. Could be wrong about that, but and if I got that wrong, I apologize, Jose. But
I think he was an All-American.
An excellent player. Played in the Shootout a couple of years ago. May have won the Shootout a couple of years ago. I can't, it's a little fuzzy, but excellent player, and I believe he's living locally now, and he's become a absolute legend in platform tennis. Oh, and that ball just went a little wide.
And we got a break back for Val, so they're back on serve 2-1.
Yep.
Now we do have Val's little brother. He's actually running the scorecard, so let's keep an eye on that here, because we could get a little inside action if things get close. Okay, so we'll be watching him, make sure that he's doing his job there. Not throwing a point here or there, you know what I'm saying.
Should just remind him, the appearance of impropriety is usually worse than the impropriety itself.
Yes.
So. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that guy. I think I just got a little smile out of him.
Yes, we did. So the match on court 8, which we're watching right now, Mia Palladino's on close court here, and she was on court 10 to kick off the shootout at 12:30. So I got to see quite a bit of her play.
Okay. Yeah,
she is one of those with a lot of grit. She really has tremendous fight out there.
Yeah,
so
I notice she's a freshman on the SUNY Stony Brook team,
yes,
and played #1 as a freshman. And I believe her opponent also was a freshman at Cornell and played #1 at Cornell this year. So these two,
the UTRs are about a point apart. So that's a pretty big difference. That's a pretty big difference.
Yeah.
So that's where my grit theory comes in. I'm going to say it's going to be closer than UTR thinks.
Yeah, I got to be honest with you, Bob. My focus now is I'm watching Salazar and Visser warm up, and God, I wish we had that match here, to be honest with you, because man, these two guys, they're hitting the ball. They're going to hit the ball big. But it's nice to see get a look at Val Shu and her opponent from Michigan State. Wow. That says something for just doing everything you can to stay in the point there.
Yeah, that was good. Oops. That's the way to finish. Beautiful play. I mean, Lisa has sort of a prototypical clay court game. Her grip is pretty far over on the forehand, Brian, right? So she's making quite a bit of topspin, but her backhand, she slices quite a bit. Ooh, too bad. Got a good look off that serve.
Yeah, it is her forehand is a pretty big Western grip.
I'm sorry?
Her forehand is a pretty big Western grip.
Yes.
I gotta tell you, I'm not that familiar with the, I believe she's Finnish. She's from Finland.
The name appears to be, yes.
Yeah, I'm not that familiar with their system there. But,
well, they do have several men who have come up in the ranks.
Sure. Yeah.
Drew Savori and a couple others.
Yep. Otto Virtanen, I believe. So we just got word of an upset in the first round. We have Aronson, who I'm not familiar with, beat Guillermo Nunez, who was a finalist last year, and in the first round. So we may not get to ask Guillermo the questions we wanted to ask him. But wow, that's a surprise. You might remember Guillermo last year got to the finals of both singles and doubles. Played, I can't remember how many matches it was in 2 days, but it was absolutely insane how many matches he played in 2 days last year. How many drop shots have we seen in the net so far today, Bob, in the first match and half a set here?
Way too many. I'm just going to say what I said before. You'd rather miss it long. That's what we got to do, figure out a way to pick on that backhand.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That would be the strategy. And Bob, if you'd excuse me for a minute, I'm going to stretch my legs a little bit, and I'm going to leave the call to this match for you for a little while, okay?
No problem.
Go for it.
So we're at 2-all, love 30. Well, that was sort of a high-risk play there that you guys just witnessed. Well behind the baseline, trying to create an angle. Usually not a good outcome. Even if it's in, there's no angle there to really run someone off the court. And that's a strong return. Val has broken it, love, and takes a 3-2 lead, serving. Next management. This is the 5th year that Next has been a sponsor of the Pro Shootout, and we thank you so much. With offices in New York, London, Paris, Milan, Los Angeles, and Miami, Next Management is the leading global fashion management agency connecting top talent in fashion and entertainment with prominent international brands. Founded by Faith Cates and Joel Wilkenfeld, Next is known for discovering and propelling the world's most recognizable models to stardom. Next has forged personal brands for an impressive roster of talent by building dynamic relationships with partners and ensuring long-lasting careers. Thank you again. Next. So we have our familiar paradigm now where the slight underdog has taken the lead, and we see how her game plan and her nerves hold up at this important moment in the match. Leading 3-2, serving, first set. A little bit tight on that second serve. 15 all. I like that choice though. Second serve, forehand turn, went for it. Just took her eye off the ball a little bit. It went long. 30-15. Couple of gifts being thrown Val's way now with a backhand error there from Lisa. Well, paid the price for that. Second serve, just threw it in the middle of the box, and an excellent return. That was such a good overhead, but Val wasn't quite ready to make that volley when the ball came back. She really went for it, though. I really liked that attitude and the shot. Tough long point there. Lisa comes out on top. Lisa does a nice job on her backhand, all of you can notice, of when Val hits the ball higher and deeper, she takes it on the rise inside the baseline and does not give up court position. That led to winning the point right there. Really solid there from Val. Not doing anything too amazing, but super solid. Well, Lisa got away with it a little bit. She hit the ball short, but it went a little deeper than she wanted. She did a great job of closing the net and cutting off the angle. And again, good ball movement from Val, forcing that error. Yeah. You got it. Perfect. Good.
Hey, Andre. Give me 1 second. I gotta talk on this. Yeah.
So we're on break point right now. Long game here, trying to consolidate that break. I've been joined in the booth by tennis director at Chestnut Ridge, Brad Breakstone, and tournament director for the Shootout. And Brad, how things going for the tournament so far?
Overall, really smooth. All of the matches so far have been well competed, and no issues, no drama. Everyone's been great, showing up on time. So, and we've had some really good quality matches.
Incredible gap. Val really hustled that ball down. That's the second high backhand stretch volley she's made at a key moment, where she seems to get taller than she actually is.
So, Bob, what are your impressions of Val so far?
I'm
She's been
liking
hanging
what
in
I'm
there and
seeing.
competing
She's
well.
this is a really even match so far.
Yeah.
I think it's true for the men that I watched also. The serves aren't quite what they could be once the ball's in play.
Mm-hmm.
Like points out of the hand game, they could play with anybody.
Yeah.
But serving and returning have to do a little better. In particular, Lisa, who she's playing against, #1 at Michigan State. Certainly that's high level, right? Look at that beautiful slice at the feet and a beautiful
Great
touch
hands.
shot. But Lisa has no first serve, even with any kind of pace.
So Val's in every point. She's going to get chances.
She's in, but
Yeah.
she's returning from a foot behind the baseline.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't allow her to really put pressure.
Yeah.
I'd be going to intimidation position there, 3/4 court, stand in, nail it, and get to the net.
Even if you miss one or two, just
Even if you miss one or
putting
two.
a little more pressure on your opponent, making them feel it, making them feel
Because
rushed.
it happened in the first women's match where
Yeah.
it wasn't really that close in levels maybe, but Mia stood in this morning and immediately attacked second serves, and what followed was a host of double faults.
Right.
Mhm.
Because there was a little more pressure on her, and then she started doing more. Just missed it long.
She does have that nice take it on the rise backhand though, just barely missed that one. That was a good play from Lisa. This
So
is
I don't know if you guys noticed, we have one men's quarterfinal match that got started early.
Yes.
Both players wanted to get going, Visser and Salazar.
Yes. My best guess is that Meisner is sitting down there and he's watching
He's
the men's
checking
match.
them out. Yeah,
Yes.
that's actually going to be a good match. We wanted to get at that on the live stream, but they
Yes.
both agreed to play earlier.
Okay.
So we might get a look at
I don't want to give the kiss of death or anything, but usually, and it's a younger player against a more experienced player, the long points go to the more experienced player. Val has been doing extremely well today, staying in the long points and winning at least half.
and she doesn't mind that backhand corner either.
Excellent clay court tennis, waiting for your chance and then forcing the error. Good shot.
So Bob, we might get a chance to get a look at Billy Suarez later today when he's
Fantastic.
playing, and you might see a different level of serves and forehands in that one. Because I was watching a little earlier, and he's got a couple more gears.
It hit the line, I think. She didn't hit the ball and had to call it good. So it's a service break after all that.
Yeah.
So that's what happened there. That's unfortunate. You always want to have your racket ready, right? If the ball's bouncing right at your feet,
Call it
you can't
afterwards.
just let it go.
Yeah, yeah.
And Val doesn't show much when she plays, those of you that have been watching the match, but she is one pissed off young lady right now.
She won't show it, but you can rest assured she's definitely thinking about it.
See what I mean, that serve? Now let's see where we're going to go stand here.
That's a great play.
Ooh. Eisner was reminding me, be the neutral commentator, please.
I think we even heard Val say "come on" after that play.
Oh, good.
She actually got fired after that.
So the courts, Brad, how would you say they're playing slow, medium,
Courts
fast?
are playing, I would say, a little slow. We put some calcium on it last week to get them not as dry. And we've had a good amount of water this week. But they've been playing with some good bounces, and they're in pretty good shape, I would say.
What
Great
a good
volley.
volley.
Also helps the court conditions with the cloudiness today.
Uh-huh.
Not getting dried out too much.
Right, right.
That's a good deep slice.
What happened to her shot? Did you see?
It took a tough bounce.
Oh,
Bounced
okay.
deep, she didn't get back for it, and it took a tough bounce.
Yeah, I'd be wary of going slice to slice backhand with
she
Lisa.
kind of cuts that ball a little bit extra.
She's
Yeah.
very good at it.
Val's doesn't have as much action on that backspin.
Yeah. So in the men's draw, does Suarez look like the guy, or you're saying too soon to tell? It's just one round.
Too soon to tell. He's got a big game, but I think he has a lack of experience on clay courts.
Oh.
And I don't think he's played much competition since the end of his college career, which was a couple of months ago now. So it's just hard to tell. You can see the potential, you can see the big game,
Uh-huh.
but also it might get neutralized against a guy like a Visser or a Salazar if the ball slows down a little bit outdoors.
Well, Lisa had the right shot picked out there to just hit a little short volley. Similar to the drop shot, though, that we've seen today. It doesn't have to be too good.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be perfect.
And you saw a bunch of drop shots in the men's match, right?
With
At
Aronson,
TPM. Yeah.
tons. And almost always on a really important point. Really, I think it cost them. Good fight though from Emil to come back and win that match.
Yeah, because
Mhm.
he was looking down after the first set.
Uh, 1954. Those slices. Get your wood rackets out.
So, Bob, I actually have to get one of
Oh.
the consolation matches going.
Yes,
but
please.
Again,
Thanks
I
for
wanna,
joining
I want to say
me.
thanks to you and Brian Meisner for being our commentators, Philip Oler for doing an amazing job behind the production booth, and then all of our sponsors.
Yeah.
Everyone's been so amazing. with
I
all
don't
the
know if you
support.
saw Philip this morning. I know you got to go. He had the towel around his neck. He was already working so hard he had a towel on.
That's right. Multiple towels today. But thanks,
Okay.
guys. I'll check in with you a little later.
Okay, thank you, Bill. So Val's got break point here. Try to get up that break of serve. Long shot. And she steals the point. Wow. Yeah. Outside the Lines, that's my podcast with my good buddy, Scott Shannon, longtime top Eastern and ranking player. And we tried to discuss, in addition to doing reviews of the Grand Slam tournaments, topics that we think will help club players who are aspiring to do better to improve. So our last one, which will come out probably Monday, was about at the end of a match, the importance of having some evaluation, and it's really hard to do self-evaluation. Not impossible, it's a skill that you can work on, but we try to guide you through that. A tennis match is more than just great effort. You really gave it your best. Hopefully there's something to learn from each and every match you play, so that at the end of a season you can say, I'm better now than I was then. That's what our goal is at Outside the Lines. So Val's back up a break now at 4-3. Recall just 2 games ago she had an extremely long game on her serve and probably had 3 or 4 adds to solidify that break. Let's see if she can get it done. Excellent medium length point there from Val, moving the ball around, and then when she got the opening, firing it home. But what I really liked about it was at least a foot inside the line. She hit a pro target there, not right next to the line to win the point. Beautifully done. 30-15. Ooh, tough one. 30 all. So Val's up a break, Brian. Welcome back.
Thank you. Sorry for abandoning the ship for a little bit, but good job carrying it. I went down to the end and was watching Visser.
I knew where you were. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah, I was watching Visser and Salazar Mano. Those two guys, they're playing at a different speed.
Oh,
They're hit unbelievable points. But I, keeping an eye on both of these women's matches that we have going on here. They're competitive. They're both. We got 4 players really going at it. So, and that was looks like I was hanging right there with the Michigan State Spartan.
Too bad. She just had 4-3-30 love, but now down break point with a few unforced errors.
Yeah. Well, we're getting to the meat of the first set, so this is where they what do they call? They pickle the pickles. I'm not talking about pickleball. For those of you that don't know me, I'm very much against pickleball.
Yeah.
So don't quite get it, but anyway, that's a story for another day.
That is, I mean, just the sound of the ball on the racket or the paddle is horrendous. Come on, Val, let's go.
Doesn't sound like Bob's very impartial in this match either, which you know he's not.
Okay, so
cut that angle just a little short.
Too bad. 30 love. It was actually 4 forehand errors that followed from there. So if I'm Lisa, I'm definitely taking notice of when it's crunch time, what's working, what's not.
Well done to get to that ball.
That was a nice finish, but that approach shot should have been hit definitely harder. She gave her a chance to use her legs.
Bob, do you agree it's kind of a fine line of how hard to hit the ball with the space you have to hit it in? Let's say she did put a little bit more on that. You think it would have maybe changed her stroke a little bit and possibly gone, maybe she would have missed. So she wasn't. It all goes back to confidence.
Oh, totally.
And look, Val is still young. She's still developing. So, maybe that's something she needs to work on to get to the next level.
Wrong choice. That should have been a down the line pass, wide open. Yeah, learning your gears in given situations and against different opponents. Lisa here, I would say, is on the quicker side, so you can't just get the ball into the open side. You better do something or she's going to get there. Forehand. 30-15. Just long on the forehand from Val. Took her time with that one. Well done. Back to deuce.
Looks like we have another interesting match going on, about to start on court 9 with Alexis Chirich and Santiago Salazar Garza, who's currently going to be a sophomore, I believe, at another top D3 program, Case Western. So we have NAIA versus Division 3 about to start on court 9.
Once again, Val does nicely on a long point. Really, as a young player, knowing when to stay patient, doing a good job.
It's one of the big contrasts I see right now between the men's and the women's matches in this event are that the women's points are taking much longer, the games are taking much longer. This match is, we're at 4-4 in the first set. It's already been going on for about an hour. So fitness is going to be important.
Wow, outlasted her on another tremendous long point. Yes, court 8.
Take a peek in on court 8 and get the score up for you in just a second there. Show Reindon versus Mia Palladino. Looks like Palladino was up 5-4 in the first set there, so that match also going on over an hour and still not through the first set, but they are battling.
So it's hard to tell just from the monitor, but it doesn't seem to me like the number 1 seed hits that big a ball in the women's match. got the score, something off with the score on court 8. It could be the end of a set. And here we're back live. Val, for the third time, has gone up a break. And a little more pressure now because this one wins the set. Let's see if she can figure out a way to get over the hump. Smart play, made her opponent volley there. Nice volley. Unfortunate forehand error. That time we could clearly see, though, her head lifting through the shot. Did not get a good look at the ball. 15-30. Another long point won by Val. 30 all. 5-4, 30 all. Doesn't get bigger than this. Ah. Well. With the swing volley? Yes, that was good. Yeah.
And there it is. There's the first set. Well, just a great point. You know, well, that was I like to see how players play in pressure points. And Val there, her feet never stopped moving. That was a long point. She didn't get tired. Her feet kept moving through the whole thing. She kept getting herself in the right position, and finally got to a point where she worked Lisa just a little bit out of position and forced her to hit that volley wide. So, you know, really well done there. Really good job stepping up on the pressure moments.
Well, another part of what you're saying there was Lisa has a very good backhand drop shot, and she had several opportunities in that point to use it, but Val recovered so well up a step inside the baseline. She had it covered.
Yeah.
So she's been
She was
learning
looking for it.
what has my opponent got,
Yeah.
and she was adjusting her position to shut it down. Really good.
But now here comes the hard part.
Okay.
The hard part now is how does she keep going?
Dinah.
And so now we're checking in on court number 8 with Michelle Rindon and Mia Palladino. It looks like Michelle took the first set there.
So we'll share this.
You know what? I'll give her mine, Bob.
It's Val's mom and a coach here at Chestnut. That was quite a first set. Tell us what you saw.
I thought she played very well. She was trying to play aggressive, and she was trying to keep the ball deep, move her opponent around, and I think she was very successful so far.
Great. Well, we look forward to what I was noticing up here. There were quite a few extra long points, and Val did better in those than the more experienced opponent. That was really a surprise to me. Usually the younger player gets a little antsy in those situations. She did a great job.
I think she's realised that her opponent is very consistent and obviously very experienced. There's a lot of spin, and she can't just finish the point off too quickly, so she has to try and construct it and then wait for the right moment.
Right. Well, she's doing great. Good luck going forward.
Thank you.
I believe that is the second time in the history of the Pro Shootout we have had a parent come in and give us some comments. I mean, a couple years ago we had Alex Visser's dad, Matthias, come in. He actually sat with us for almost an entire set, I think, when Alex was playing. So now we're still looking at Michelle Rydkin on Palladino, and Michelle is now
Palladino lost 6-4. She was up 5-4 last time I looked. So that's a weird one where you can take a game away from someone.
Now she's fighting to hopefully go up a break. She has a 15:30 here. Oh, we just went back onto court. Okay, so we're back on court 10 now here, with first point of the second set between Val Shu and Lisa. just picked up where they left off. They're going to play long points. It looks
Yes,
like
they are.
Nobody can change.
I don't
strategy
think either of them can really change what's happening.
Yeah.
Just going to be who ends up a little better at it. I mean, do you see a way for them to change the game?
You know, I'm not so sure. Well, first of all, if I'm Val, I wouldn't. I would try to keep doing what she's doing, and maybe just step on the accelerator a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, as far as Lisa, I don't see another dimension to the game. Maybe she has it. We just haven't seen it yet. I don't know. But you know, look, whenever somebody's slicing their backhand all the time, I think they're at a little bit of a disadvantage. The slice is usually a defensive shot, even though there are exceptions. There was Ash Barty. Certainly, that was a offensive slice. But you know, you have to, if you hit that ball just wrong, it pops up just a little bit and. Look, she's got the touch off.
Did
the
you
drop
see
shot.
that return though? She went after that one.
I did. That was
the
very
first
nice.
one. She really was like,
Yep.
"Let's attack this serve."
So maybe she's going to open it up. Val's going to open it up a little bit here. Oh, that's a big miss.
That is.
Looks like she
Just hit the open court.
Yeah, it looks like she just lost track of her positioning there, which is easy to do when you're looking up. But got to make that ball.
Nice. Built that point well.
Built that point very well, but I'll tell you, I like Val's footwork a lot.